I think it's working now. It doesn't look like it's lagging anymore. I left apparently if I left one YouTube video in a window somewhere, that shuts it all down. Anyways, I don't feel like splicing stuff, so I'll just say it again. Last night I got home at like 5:30ish, and I got kind of a headache on the way back. So I just figured, all right, I'll lay down for a few minutes. Laid back, went to clear my head. Dr. Wife came in, started a temple massage, and I just was gone. It was like 9 when I woke up. Nothing was primed, nothing was ready, so I was like, okay, a little late to start tonight. But I figured that means I'll just start today, and I can go for a little longer since I'm starting 3-4 hours earlier than I would have. But today I wanted to add some dead Marsh Specters to Angmar, because the Paralyzed that the Barrowites have has proven pretty fun. It goes off on a 4+, so it only costs 1 might. They've got 5 each. 5 or 1 will. 5 will each. And I've got 4 of them in my force. So they're nice. They're absolute bastards. It's wonderful. But combining these guys who don't have any will, but just kind of force my opponent to make a courage check. If there are 6 of these guys in there, that's 6 courage checks they could fail, and I can move them wherever they want. And I just punched a bunch of my paint. Okay, my bad. Let me move my desk around. So I figured I'd get these 6 painted up. I got 2 elves, 2 Numenorians, and 2 orcs. And I also have dry paint, because apparently this one didn't seal up right. Yeah, I can see it. It didn't seal, and when I opened it today, it was hard. Oh well, that's okay. I don't think I'm going to need this one, and I can Altdorf Guard. I can buy a new one. But always check your paints. Alright, anyways, one of the things I want to try, the first thing I want to try to do is get this it's a discontinued color, the Citadel Dry Brush Thunderhawk Blue. I want to see if I can wet it enough to use it like in regular paint, because it's this real gray blue. It's not a nice happy color. It's this really dull cruddy blue, and I'm hoping if I can kind of take it from a dry brush to a regular paint, I can do it as the base color for their skin. So let's start with the elf. Make sure cameras are and everything's all centered. It's a little better. So does that kind of work? Yeah, it's going on kind of thin and chunky because of the paint type. But hey, you know what? His face is kind of smooth on the model, so I think the chunkiness will actually help make him look more like a rough corpse. Whoops. Alright, let me bring my paint over here. Let me get a little more water. Let me get garbage brush. Mix that around a bit. I haven't had any luck with these dry brush paints. I've kind of found they've always been too sticky and clumpy rather than actually dry. So they end up like just kind of... Oh shit. Yeah, that... Oh boy. Ooh, that was a mistake. Alright, whatever. It didn't like coat his face so much as it just filled in all the gaps. Whoops. Alright, filled in his mouth, filled in his eye sockets. Let me try to push a lot of that out. Get it on his hands. But yeah, that's kind of a problem I've had with the dry brush paints, is that they're more sticky chunks than like a dusty brushing. Which is really what I think would be better in their consistency. But at least the color's right. I don't know if they have this color as like a layer paint or base paint. But I don't care, I have to go looking for it right now. The nearest store is like an hour away from me, so it's like, ugh. No thanks, too long of a drive. Let me get the magnifying glass. We'll check this out because I think color-wise it's looking good. It's just kind of not the smoothest paint. All right, so I'm gonna hold this guy right. Yeah, it's all right. A little dark. It's hard to tell. My lighting here is like weird. It looks much lighter on camera, but he looks much darker on camera, so who knows? I don't know. Alright. Let's get the other elf. I'm going to do the two Numenorians with the same kind of pallid blue. I might do the orcs like kind of a grayish. Shit, I left paint on that brush. Alright, this brush is good. It seems like it didn't go on the hands very well. I lost his hand. Where is it? There it is. There's like a lot of shredded cape and seaweed right over that same spot. Get that face. If I can avoid getting his mouth, it'll help keep it a little darker and creepier. Forehead. Alright, there's still only a little bit left on my palette, so let's get the hands. Do I want to go maybe like greenish for the human? That might be okay. I think I'll keep them blue. A little bit more. Alright. Numenorian. Alright, this guy's primer didn't stick to him too well. That's okay. Let's have to coat his hands pretty good. Oh, it'll probably rub off a bunch of times as I paint him. But, that's what second, third, and fourth coats are for. Let me stick him to base so I'm not constantly handling him directly. Okay, he's not going to fit. Pliers. Getting a pair of jeweler's pliers was a great idea. They're smooth on the edges so you can grip stuff without crushing everything into a hard, jagged shape. That I did kind of crush to get in there. Oh, his face is small. It's just what you can see through the visor. How about the other one? Does he fit okay? Yeah, he fits all right. Excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me. Hear my stomach. His ghoulish skin is done. I'm gonna go for a waterlogged dead body look on these guys. Little bits here and there. So I've got the like a whole huge checklist of all the models. It hasn't been updated in a little while, so there's some newer stuff that's not on it, but it's just like a baseline checklist of every Middle Earth model. So I'm going to be basing these guys off my other... Some of them are going to be based off my other models, like my High Elves. But I actually haven't done any Numenorians in well over 2 decades. So I want to be basing them off the official model paint jobs. Alright, that ought to be good for the Thunderhawk. Thunderhawk. Camera, are you tracking my eyes or are you just making me blink? Alright. So, yeah, definitely got to make sure I close my paints. Where the hell is this? What the hell? I thought I had it all paired up. Okay, let me... Alright, let me go through my blues. Cronus blue? Maybe. Yeah, that's almost like a periwinkle color. What's this? Blue horror? That's too light. It's way too light. And maybe I'll mix up a gray. I'll do that later. Just keep losing my shit. Alright. The orc. I'm gonna give him a kind of greenish gray complexion. Let's go with Nurgling green as his base color. He's also got a little more skin showing to the point where he's actually got bone sticking out. So, and this sounds like when I diluted in the pot years ago. Yeah. All right, let me figure out what of him is exposed. I got bone. Alright, so we got shoulder blade bones, arm bones, chest. It might just be his head and one arm. Legs. They're cloaky, they're cloaky. Okay. This guy's got little exposed bits on his legs, so let's get in there. It might be a boot. Sometimes it's so hard to tell what you're looking at in these small models. It was definitely an exposed knee, though. This guy's going to be all bright colored and happy looking right up until I dump all the coatings and inks and washes on him to make him look all grungy. Pointy ears. I kind of wish I had a better light here. Like, it looks plenty bright on camera. It's kind of dark. So he's also missing his nose. Walking corpses. Alright. This was not as diluted as I thought it was, so let me get a little bit on here, onto the wet palette. Birds outside chirping away. Nice sunny day out. Which is precisely why I'm inside. All right. I say I'll write a lot. And that's fine a lot. They're like my equivalent of like, and Campsing around the flesh. Is rotting, disgusting flesh. Might be a little bit on this knee too. It's really hard to tell. Any kind of like grungy one, it's always hard to tell. Nice, even, clean elf is just like, okay. Here's this nice symmetrical armor or clean armor, and then the orcs, it's like, I don't know if this is skin or stone or armor. Fur? Hair? No, this chunk was leather. Whoops, let me repaint that color. Alright. He's good. Well, let's do the last one. Can't hear. This brush has a piece curling. Every little gross nook and cranny. Because I've got some other grays and tans that are kind of like greenish. I'm going to use to highlight him. So I'm all set on those, but the Elf and Numenorian are a little more difficult just because it's a color I don't have. I'm going to have to mix enough of it to keep it consistent between them. This helmet has a strap on it. There's so much that like I miss when everything's primed because it's just too dark to see it. Or before it's primed when it's just too bright and silver. Like its own brightness overshadows any of its details. This guy's forehead. Like his forehead. Like his goddamn forehead. There we go. Got it. One drop. We're at one drop so far. I really can't tell if it's like an extra layer of sleeve or just saggy, gross skin. It's kind of hard to tell. I'm just going to leave it as like gross skin. Bloated, soggy, dead orc flesh. All right. Skin's done. Make sure I got the right tan there. Sworn. It's in the yellows. There it is. Krieg khaki. That's what we use. All right. So I had to get in there and do the skin. The orc has a bunch of exposed bones under his other stuff, so I'm going to do that next. Because anything that's going to be like deeper physically in the model, so it's going to be hard to paint. So I've got Rakarth flesh for that, to the base for that. I can't get my brush. Got it. Nope, I don't got it. There we go. Not normally that uncoordinated. Alright. So it looks like he's got like a back neck and shoulder blades are all exposed bone. Brushes keep getting stuck spots. Right. Yeah, he's got like some of his armor straps over his chest. I don't really feel like digging around him later to do the bones. Plus, it just becomes that much more likely that you're gonna paint over something that you've already done. I think that's a collarbone. Oh, damn, this is hard to tell. It looks like his neck is half rotten. I think that's what I'm looking at. Alright, yeah, I'll go in there and make his neck all bone. There's like a decent portion of him that's just exposed rottingness. Yeah, that was fine. Alright. And his friend. Yes, I already played a little bit with these guys. And they didn't prove all that useful against Army of the Dead, because those guys all have high courage. Or against hero armies like the Fellowship. But against another evil army, or anybody with lower courage, it's kind of ridiculous being able to just take a bunch of your opponent's models and just move them wherever you want. I use the paralyzed to my advantage with tactically, I mean. Like, of course my own spells are going to be to my advantage, but where I was if I could compel somebody into range, not compel, you know, whatever, there's a fell light within them, that rule these guys have. If I pull them into range, or I'd paralyze them, which would get some of my guys out of the combat if I had gone second, if I didn't have priority. And then rearrange and move everybody again and again. Oh, you've got shield wall. Well, now let me scare the one guy in the middle and pull him out. Now nobody's got shield wall. Right. Doesn't have to look great because he's a grungy half-dead dude. Alright. That covers the base coat for the bones. Alright. If I do... I guess I could do each of these sets of guys one at a time now, unless there's other colors I know they're going to use. So for the most part, they're actually quite different. So let's do the blue on the elves. And then I'm going to use a little Citadel Cantor blue for that. The robes around their pants. No, don't fall. Don't get the paint blobs in the cap. That's how the other blue died. Flush. Flush. Actually. Get that blue on. I should start using my stand. I'm gonna be right back. Actually, my stomach is picky today, so let me. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. My stomach is not happy with me. Whew. TMI, TMI, TMI. Alright. Here's my stand. Here's the stand. Let's get the blue on the elf. Alright. Things all ragged. There's little bits of seaweed and stuff on them. Kind of hard to tell what's supposed to be seaweed and what's shredded robes. Seaweed, just other weeds. Marsh weed, hobbit weed. But it is pretty detailed. Okay, so now we're getting to the cloak. Some of this is shredded cloak. I think this is still robe. Elven roby pants they wear. There around the sword. Back in around his feet. Here around his shoe and sword. Look at whatever the heck this is. There's a hole in the armor too. Little gap in the plates. Good chance they're probably going to turn a lot of this into seaweed afterwards, but... Kitty cat, are you crying? Sounds like Waffles. He's the oldest. He's 14. He is a very polite boy, and he's the vet's favorite. His brothers are horrible. Alright. That elf should be good. This other guy. I lean in too far for the camera. A lot. It took me forever to learn how to just even position the webcam camera, this desktop camera here too. Waffles is a big... Waffles, buddy! I hear you being a crybaby out there. They're all such lonely crybabies. But it's always their own fault. It's like, hey, you want to hang out? And they're just like, no, leave us alone. Okay, I guess I'll go somewhere else. And then as soon as you leave the room, they start crying because they miss you. It's like, buddy, you were the one screaming about being lonely. You're the one who left the room. Dorks. They're all dorks. Yeah, it might be cloak instead of robe. Alright, that's the blue. Brush flusher cleaned out. The blue paint really got in there. Silver for the chainmail. I'll do lead belcher for this because it'll be darker and grungier. Garbage brush. Got a little on his crotch. Boop. There's also his arms. Push him out of his base. Now, what I did with my other high elves is I did their cloaks as like a silk. So to do that, I painted them like a darker gray and then faded a silver into them. So all the highlights are this bright, shimmery silver, while the darker spot's more of a dull gray color. I don't think I'm going to quite do that with this guy. I'd like to. Maybe I should. That'll be a different step. See if any other chainmail bits? No. I also got my molds for this resin pouring for these bases. So I'm not going to do like a two-part epoxy resin. I have some of the Vallejo water effects. So I don't want it to be like deep. I want it to be soggy, like they're slogging through some swamp, but not. I can hear him out there in the hallway crying. Buddy, push the door open. You don't have to sit there and scream and cry. Dorks. Such dorks. I did brush his crotch a little bit, so we just... There we go. Yeah, and he's being a baby out there in the hall. I love him. Roommates and I got him in college. You're a very relaxed cat, because yeah, used to living in a college house. Alright, let's do some Rhinox hide for his boots. I don't think I'm gonna need any straps. Hey, buddy. How are you? Hey. Hey, buddy. Hi, honey.
I ran out of coal.
Oops. I adjusted the camera so you could see waffles, and now I gotta fix it.
I make some pierogies now.
Okay.
Do you want me to bring them up or down there?
I'll probably get the smiles and do all 6. I am. Maybe 2.
Right. Dr. Fun
Ow.
signing. That was a pan.
That was a strong headbutt. Alright, let's do his boots. I think that might be the only... This might be the only brown I put on him. The Numenorian and the Orc are going to have more. I don't even see his other foot. It's just the one foot. I guess the sword handle too. One boot, one sword handle, that's it. There. They left the door open as they left. You can hear my mother-in-law yammering away about something. Oh well. Alright. It's hard to tell. Okay. There we go. All the cringy evil models, it's always so hard to tell what's what. Like he's got some sword coming out at some point around his hand. I can't really tell where the sword hilt ends and the blade begins. So I'm just gonna do the hilt that far. Just far enough. Alright. Other dead elf. One boot, one sword hilt. These two guys are both pretty flat on the bottoms. So they're going to be a little... that should be good to glue a second. Oh, shit. Whoops. So these are the dead Marsh Specters. These are that scene where Gollum is leading Frodo and Sam through that swamp, and Frodo trips and falls in. Because he's watching the corpses from the Battle of the Last Alliance just sitting there, preserved in the bog. But they're pretty handy as a form of control on the board, so I'm adding them to my army. Just so I can be a bastard man. Three is normally enough. I'm adding 6. Double up on evil. Oh. Okay, there it is. There I can finally see where the hilt ends. But I'm going to paint that gold, so. A shitty garbage gold. Right. This brush is starting to curl a bit. Alright, so now that that's done... Yeah, I guess gold will be the next color. Actually, let me... Okay, look at this guy's base. Yeah, I'm going to glue elves in now. Because they don't really have anything I have to, like, get up and under. So now that I've got, like, the shoe and his robes on, he should... I'm going to be dropping everything today. A bug in my face. Oh, I just scraped off some of the paint with my finger, trying to push him in. Whoops. Quick touch up there. My bad. Motherfucker. Oh my god, he bounced out of it. I think it dried already. What the hell? Oh, wow. Okay. Okay, this is a disaster. This is not going well. What the frick? What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. 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 You're done. I'm closing you up. Alright, where did this other guy go? I'm gonna rub you two guys together. Just gonna share your glue. What the shit? What the shit? God damn it. Okay, okay. You're glued in. And you're glued in. I'm gonna glued to my thumb. I'm gonna set you guys over here. You guys can glue. Well, I won't touch them. Oh, it's going fantastically. I managed to not glue my fingers on to each other, so that's positive. All right. Oh, fucking damn it. Okay. 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 Let me collect myself for just a second. All right, I'm good. So the Numenorians. What color cloaks do they have? Make sure my brushes are all clean before I gunk everything up. The Numenorians had, I think, black cloaks. Let me open my thing. I hope it doesn't cause too much lag. I hope it was like the YouTube videos off on the side that were causing lag. Judging by how twitchy my face is getting, it was not. There it is. Okay. Numenorians were like... Okay, apparently it's the size of that document that is jamming everything up. So I'm not going to open it. I'm pretty sure I did my cloaks black. All right. That PDF was too big. All right, let's do Corvus black for their main color. I'm going to use my garbage brush since I'm going to be covering a huge amount of them. Tap out a single drop. Oop. One drop. Just a little water. All right. Put the cloak. And this is a dark gray. That way when I add the shade and everything, it'll just fall into the cracks, make the cracks darker. Not the cracks, but the recesses. And all the nooks and... What the hell is that sound? What is going on in this house? I could probably stand to put these guys into. I think only, aside from the orc, all these guys are pretty, like, solid bases. No gaps for legs and feet. Right, this could be it for his cloak, almost. His front, alright, he's got armor. Try to get under his neck without getting his chin. Got it. He's got these bits on his arms. All this shredded drapery over him. Oh yeah, I'll do his boots too, that way. The brown. I'm pretty sure the new ones have steel greaves. So I'm going to avoid touching those for now. But I do have to scoop up under his tunic. I think that's what this is, a tunic. Carefully get in next to his hand, because I don't want to have to go over the blue again. I'm probably not going to, like, skillfully highlight these guys. I'm just going to, like, do their base colors for the most part, and then grunge them up. Excuse me, I hiccuped. I hiccuped. Yeah, a lot of black on the Numenorians. A lot of gray on this guy. It's terrible. Perfect. Alright, now his friend. Everything up under the tunic first. Got it in, avoid the hand. Alright. Despite being like a really frayed, garbagey brush, it's actually pretty easy to control. It's got like the ends of it are a little hooked and it's wide, and I dropped it again. Wide and tapered, but it works alright. It's like I control where it gets hooked, but it doesn't push too far or loop around other things. Before I hop onto the back side, I gotta make sure I got all the spots on the front. Oh, right, the back inside. It's almost like his cloak fell off and is half hanging on him, but It's also attached to his shoulders. It doesn't really give that effect. I'll do all the weeds and sticks and shit on him last. Swap my camera a bit. I just keep shifting my seat, so I have to keep adjusting my setup. They tried to get me a newer iPhone to do the face tracking better, but when we got it, it had been broken and refurbished, which we knew was refurbished, but it had been broken in a way that like the sound earpiece didn't work. It's like, yeah, I could use it as a camera. I'd rather also use it as like my phone. So the audio was completely busted on it. But at some point I gotta revamp my body here. I don't actually have arms or legs. These painting hands, they're just PNGs. Alright, space of his cloak. Oh, here it is by his foot. Inside of the cloak. Up in there. Around the shoulders. Little bits here and there. I'm just going to use to cover up its little... the word for bald, but involving paint instead of hair. Scraped. Chipped. The spots that are bald with paint. A lot of pigments are sticking to my brushes today. Those guys are good. Alright, I'll see you. There goes Europa. Smacking my minis around some more. I think I was going to do this guy mostly browns. So no black on him. This guy should be glued. Let me glue the Numenorians now. See, the tip of this thing is like all crusty and chunky. Is there any glue left in this tube? Because, like, damn. Was it really the last of the super glue? There it is. Alright, it's metal tube, so I squeeze it. There's a bunch more about to come out. Doesn't have to be, oops, even on there. Because I'm going to be coating these guys' bases with a thick resin. Not resin. Not thick. Oh, shit. Well, my primer just flaked off. I may not have washed his model all the way properly, I guess. That guy glue. I hope this doesn't seal itself shut. Right. Elves is. Filthy elves is. Alright, let's do the gold on the armor. Alright. So I'm choosing the Liberator Gold because it's not a bright yellow gold. It's more like a regular brass. Oh, I can smell Dr. Wife's cooking downstairs. It smells great. You can't smell it. None of you know what it smells like. It's wonderful. I'm keeping it to myself. Oh right, I glued the guy in. Let me stick him onto the stand. Alright, he's got the plate mail. As well as this sash around his middle. But like I said, hey, some of these are a little bit grungy and hard to tell what's what. So that sash kind of melds with it. But I'm hoping I get all this painted. I'll add in a bunch of other stains and I keep wanting to say stain. What's the word? Wash. Right. Had a student teacher in high school who kept saying all right like after every single sentence. I don't believe she was invited back because I think she also tried to be like the cool teacher and you know, swear because it's cool. It's like being really unprofessional. Like even like a bunch of us high school kids were like, "You're really unprofessional." Sorry. So I don't think she got good reviews from our clients. How long have I been streaming? A little over an hour. Okay, we'll see how far we get today. I mean, I'm good for the day. I will do this today until I get like physically too sore to sit. Get all this gold in around his arm without getting his arm. Cap the sword with a bit of brass. Immediately scudged it up, but that's okay. Because this model doesn't quite match the Last Alliance elf model sword. So a little bit of scudged up bit kind of fixes it. Right. One of the problems with gold is that it's very, a lot of the metallic paints are very translucent. So they don't really coat well after one or two or sometimes even three coats. Even if I'm applying it directly, like non-watered down. Because if you water it down, then it also kind of loses its normal metallic texture. It just looks a little different. Less even and smooth. Yeah, I'll handle these guys in pairs. If I can at least finish one pair, that'll be a huge success. If I finish two pairs, it'll be a great success. If I finish all three, oh damn. Alright, that's his gold. Chest plate. Underside. Ooh, I'm getting jittery. I'm not getting jittery. I mean, like, I wasn't holding it right. I started to wobble. That's good. That's fine. That's fine. Do I hear a kitty cat sneaking up the stairs? Little creepers. Alright. The shoulder. I'm gonna keep smacking this camera. Ow. Ooh, ooh, ow. Me spine. Me spine. Now I'm poking the camera with the brush. Do do do. I don't think the specters are actually literally ghosts. Just because of the way death and souls work in Middle Earth. I think they were actually supposed to be like visions of terror. Like a terrifying enchantment on the area. To make people see these corpses and run away in fear instead of fighting. That's how a lot of the evil works in the lore. Move yours. I did push it. Got the old paint. Alright. Anyways, I was saying, you know, the ring wraiths don't rely on their strengths, like physical strength. They rely mostly on fear and getting people to just cave out of cowardice. Brush is a little wet. So if your army has to march through the north side to attack Mordor, and a bunch of your army starts freaking out about the corpse ghosts that aren't actually, that are just actually images, but they don't know that, then a good portion of your army is probably going to freak out and leave. Or just be too disheartened to fight. Because they really like to use like their black breath and they manifest fear around them. I think they do a little plague stuff too, though. But I know Melkor did, but all right, that's the gold. So for the cloaks, corrosion. Oh, there it is, Ashen Gray. I'll do Ashen Gray for the cloak. What's this? That's the bone. I'm moving my pots around without checking to see where the related colors are. Boop. Do the back of the cloak with the wide brush. Splip, 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 splip. Alright, that's fine. I guess these little ridges do help knock some of the paint off the brush, but I don't know. Back into the hold-a-majig. A lot of weeds around the base of these guys. His hands. Let me be careful on his hand. Cram some there. And I'm gonna do the wide brush like large coat first. And go back through and detail and get the edges nice and proper. I do have decent control of this brush, despite its condition, but I don't have that great of a control. Plus, I gotta figure out what like half these folds are. Small brush time. Blush. Gosh. Dr. Wife loves the brush flush. Let's start with the front. We've got the sash. Oh, that is way more paint on my brush than I thought. I'll try to not fill in those holes. Camera, you gotta get better at tracking me. No, I gotta like position this so it's more directly in my face. It's too close. It's too low. Move the mic. Oh gosh, what if I never turned the mic back on? That would have been so embarrassing that I had done it like 2 streams in a row. Like such a fool. Fool of a... I like that meme of Aragorn looking at Gandalf the White. It's like, so you're like a Maiar spirit? That's right. It's kind of like an angel for our world. Mm-hmm. You told Pippin to kill himself in Moria. Did I? Oh, Pippin. Always freaking with stuff. That's actually a really relatable thing for me. I can never not touch. Oh, actually screamed at me one day. I think we were walking to like a Target. I just like reached out, stuck the not plunger, the switch down on a toaster as we were walking by, and she just exploded. Like, you always have to touch. You always have to fiddle fuck with everything. And I was like, okay, mom, you're having a day. Sorry. I'll go somewhere else for a while. You can kind of see what parts of these are cloak and what of them are pants. Once again, I have to remind myself it doesn't have to be like perfect and clean. Slide the camera this way. Because, like, oh, hey, has been a while. How you been? Oops, I think I broke my brush. It's fine. It'll work. It'll last. I gotta finally manage to figure out like what parts of this are cloak and which ones are tunic. But I have to keep reminding myself like it doesn't have to be perfect and clean because it's a grungy skeleton zombie dude. Is that hair on his shoulder or a shredded cloak? I don't know. I'm gonna treat it as hair. No, I'll treat it as shredded cloak. Yeah, I think that's cloak. More bits here. More in his pits. Alright, I think he's good. Let's clean up this guy a little. That's a good waistcloth thing. If I get little thin bits of paint on the gold armor, it just makes it look more corroded. So I think I got some gray on there, but yeah, I'm cool with it. You're missing a finger. That's how this elf died. He just lost a finger to a bad paper cut. Get some more of the gray into the recesses here. Oh man. Yeah, there's a lot of little bits that, like, once like the shine on the paint dries, you realize it never got in the corners there. I didn't just scrape your face, did I? No, you're fine. He's fine. This elf is fine. He's fine. I have to keep telling myself he's fine. Even though he's not fine. No, he's good. Brush. Chair slided. Let's go around the back over the shoulder. I think I've got most of the back done on this guy already. Let me get in around here. Oh shit, it's already Saturday. For a while I was on a 4-day schedule at work. It was really nice. I'm really hoping to be hired by the place I work at. So when they offered me a 5th day, I was like, yeah, I'll take it. I'm still on a contract. But for a while, that 4-day-a-week work week was so fucking amazing. I'd get home, do stuff around the house on Friday, give Dr. Wife some time off. Not time off. She's work from home. But like just having like the extra day where I can help and get chores done, like freed up more of her time too. I kind of miss it. I kind of never should have taken the extra days. On the other hand, if I do get a position at the company and can get the benefits and daycare and stuff, like, hey, we just made our lives a little bit easier. We don't have any kids yet. But one day we will, and it'll just be like, okay, we can keep working a little bit, have shorter days, leave the kids at my facility's daycare. Alright, I think that's his cloak. So now that the cloak is done. So the cloak, I want to do to match the my other elves. So let me dry brush some lead belcher onto them. That ought to be like enough to kind of give it the semi-metallic. Oh shh. All right, I got plenty of silver. That's for sure. Shit. This has been a very accident-prone stream. Anyways, I wanted to match my other ones, so let me just dry brush a little bit on to kind of give them a little bit of that shine. A little bit of the etherealness of their attire. Such a mess on my finger. All right, I'm gonna go take care of my hand real quick. All right, that does kind of give it a silvery highlight. Let me go wash the paint off my finger. I will do it on their sash, so. We gotta get the flusher in there. All right, so I'll be right back. All right. If I let it like sit too long, it'll like dry on my cuticle and it just won't come off for like a week. All right. So let's get a little bit. Just roll my brushes through it onto the waistband. Is that the word for it? This waistband. There's Elven boxers. Yeah, it makes it a little shimmery, but not like in a clean way. I guess he could have stayed in there. Alright, so if he's got skin, sash, his armor, I guess next would be his hair. Oop, there's a fuzz. Cats. Can't get it. I don't have the depth perception at this range. Alright, I got it. Alright, the other guys. The Numenorians are glued. Let's do hair. My model is all over the place. Small brush. Right, like that in the edges, but not enough to get it on his face. Right, a little bit here and there. And, okay, yeah, it was definitely cloak going down the far side of his shoulder. Now that I've got like the highlight and everything on it, you can see it. I can see it a little better. With brown hair on these guys. These guys are some Noldor. Or actually, I guess they'd be from Eregion. They could be Noldorian. No, Eregion was destroyed. The last alliance dudes. They're all over the place of elves. Which elves were these? These are the ones that rushed into the battle too quick. Got killed. I believe. So I think these would make them... I want to say Eldar? Not Eldar. Sindar. Eldar is like 40k, I think. Some of the guys in my gaming group also play 40k and Age of Sigmar and all that. And they'll start like talking about stuff and be like, oh, okay. No idea. I know the tower blue and I think are cows. I missed his ear. This guy seems to have the most defined hairline out of all the models I've painted, despite being a corpse. Alright. His hair's good. Let me take a quick detour to paint his ear. And then before I can paint the other guy, let's get his ear so it has time to dry. More brown. Because I saw some paint, or not paint, metal. Clean with the brush. This guy. Staring at my model, couldn't remember what I was trying to paint. Hair. Greasy, grimy hair. Full of algae and slugs. Almost done with his hair. I guess now my next question would be like, what kind of order do I do the grunginess in, because I'm gonna do all the plants on them, on everybody, one at a time, like all, or not all at a time, but like all at once. So let me get this blade, also all corroded and grungy, sitting at the bottom of this marsh for 3,000 years. Blade around the back. This is where the hook on the brush comes in handy. Clip it around the edge and pull. Perfect. Let's do his eyes. I'm gonna give them all like dead, milky white eyes. I think that's good. I want to get one of my small brushes to do his eyes. And for that, I just want to do slight little dots of gray, light gray, and I'll do white dots for the pupils. So let's use a little gray sear. And thankfully, these guys actually have pretty open, defined eyes, unlike a lot of the other models. Unfortunately, I'm a little jittery. Gosh, I didn't even get this eyeball. Frick's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake. Fuck's sake. Let's do the whole thing. Let me get all that in there. Make the other guy. Alright, that's a mess. Bit of a mess, but let me get the flesh and I'll kind of use it to get in and around the eye sockets and close the shape up. Okay, his eyes are good shaped. His eyes are garbage ass shaped. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I'll grunge everybody up at once. So let's work on the Numenorians now. So if I use the Ashen Gray, maybe Dawnstone's a little light. Oh, did I use the Ashen Gray? No, they're the corpse. Okay. Brush. So let's get some of that armor painted. The shin greaves. I forget about this thing so much. Oh shit, hold on. His sword's too big for this. There we go. Okay, that's not great. I think I bent the sword a little, but whatever. Spot that the Corvus Black didn't get to. There we go. Little touch-ups here and there as we go. Right, the sword, the sword. Right. Right. What battle it was. Maybe the last alliance. I don't remember. They said only elves were the only group that didn't have forces on either side. Shouldn't that there were some orcs fighting against Sauron and some orcs fighting, or and some dwarves fighting for him? Maybe I'm thinking of a battle with Melkor. That's also possible. Now, we have to take a look at these guys because I think, yeah, the other guys have like some of their like, under tunic, like a second tunic showing underneath for the living Last Alliance Numenorians. I'll show them through this hole here. And I have once again managed to find a way to completely lean out of camera view. What is the name of armor that goes on the forearm? I cannot remember. I'm trying to remember. Bracers. It's bracers. I always have trouble trying to remember a word when I'm trying to remember it. Names especially, too. I cannot for the life of me remember a name when I'm trying to remember a name. It's like, you know, the guy from that thing. You know, the guy whose face I can picture perfectly in my head right now, who I was just thinking about like an hour ago. That guy. But at the time, I will draw a complete blank. Now for the sword that's in the way. I don't know if there's a part of the model or just like a little bit of mold flash, but my sword, this guy's sword is like super, one of the edges is all chipped up and rough. Can't remember if it's the same on the other. I'll check on the other guy when I paint him. Oh, it could be the seaweed. The reeds and shit. Okay. Sleeves. Oh, his helmet. His helm. Oh, shit, I did it again. This is a very inconveniently sized model. Spaced. Positioned model. His helm. I'm gonna put some gold on his helm too. The orange don't have too many colors on them. So this guy took a blow to the head. Oops. There's like a crack shape in the back of the skull. Alright. Next guy. And I did this goddamn sword again. Oy. Whoa. I didn't so much as drop it as much as I launched it. Once again, jamming the sword. Okay. Oops. Camera back. Move the mic to the side so it's not blocking the camera. Sliding. This is always just more lead belcher. But anything I need to be grungy, I always just pretty much do just in lead belcher. Every once in a while, I remember I'm trying to do like painting tutorials. If I never talk about what I'm actually doing, does it count as a tutorial? No. Yeah, this blade edge is pretty smooth. It's kind of like that one of them is grungy. It just looked like this guy got killed before he could even make a strike, and the other guy got killed in the midst of a fight. Chipping his blade, fighting an orc. Get the chainmail. Ooh, snip snap. What even to just pop your neck one day and you just broke your neck? New fear unlocked. Yeah. Boy, I really screwed that up. Smell pierogies. Pierogi is the plural of the form. The singular is pirog. I can also hear my father-in-law. Ugh. I won't be going downstairs anytime soon. Good. Whisper into the mic. Can it hear me? So I'll never know. I really should watch my own streams. I don't know why I really don't. If it took me like 3 hours to record something, I feel like I'm gonna be less inclined to go back and double check it. Alright, let's do lighter gray. It's gonna be a little more difficult because I gotta figure out what the cuts and slices are on his body. And again, it might be pretty simple. Yeah, it's just like a trim. It's actually pretty well defined on him. Let me crack my rack. Ah, feels better. This is almost like not quite light enough. Yeah, okay. Okay, this was not light enough gray. I think I actually kind of got it smeared a little too far in some spots. So let me just recoat these dark areas. Where's garbage brush? Fat garbage brush. Here we go. However, dry brushing onto their backs here. Very roughly dry brush. It doesn't have to be good. He's dead. He's dead and corpsey. I'll use a lighter gray on the tunic. It showed up really well on the elf, and I think it's just because it was metallic. This is much more just a dull gray. I just don't have a good, like, in-between. Lotr grays. It jumps pretty much like straight from like Eshin and Scavin Blight, which are like about the same darkness, straight up into Dawnstone, which is decently lighter. Let me move it under my head. So this will just be Dawnstone. I'll have to hit it with some more washes. All right, Dawnstone it is. I think we'll add a little more color to him. He's not a very bright model. I don't want to be like bright and colorful because the living ones have that little bit of like yellow gold on them, or orange and whatever. I lost my brush. There it is. It like rolls like perfectly underneath every single time. So we'll use Dawnstone. The trim and edges. Okay, yeah, that shows up a lot more. What was that crunch? What was the spring? It's all right. All right, yeah, that stands out better. It's not like a super bright color pattern or anything, which is nice. But it does look better than just dark gray on slightly less dark gray. I gotta pull him out because I can't quite get the angle to get right across his chest with it. Still a little brown here. So let me get his fucking goddamn with the sword in the thing, and the bending and the squishing. Alright. If I just touch up your paint, it'll be better than having to fix a broken sword. Alright. Brown leather boots. Has absorbed too much water, so it's separating real quick. It's brown on this belt strap thing. Brown on your other boot. I see you got half squished out of your base when you glued for some reason. Bastard. That's okay. I'm going to cover a lot of it with stuff. Some hair. Got some slivers in my wrist. Thank you, chair or desk. The wood in it has been like fraying. That is the Catachan flesh. Anything? Oh yeah, the inside of the greaves. Not the greaves. The thing. Oh, you saw my glasses. The thing. What's the thing? Squish that a little bit lower. Greaves. Remember when I tried to remember the word earlier and I forgot? That same thing. I legitimately cannot remember the name for these. Aragorn takes Boromir's after he dies. Wears them for the rest of the film. Bracers. His bracers. Let's get this guy some hair. I gotta stop leaning in so goddamn far. I do need this thing. I keep sticking my actual face in the camera. How am I supposed to hide from the federal agents? They can catch glimpses of my face. Spots I see where I missed with the silver. Spread it a little too far. Alright, small burst time for the eyeballs. Okay. Kind of gray and dull. And by perfect, I mean they're globs. They're misshapen globs. It's kind of what I need right now. That one's perfect, but I can get a scrap. Might not do much with their eyes. I might leave their eyes kind of small. Just dead white eyes, I think. Will look fine once they're highlighted. Let's do some gold. Here it is. Losing my paints. Gold, I want to do clasps on their cloaks. Oops. The little bits of sword handle. The hilt, more of a gilding than an actual gold. I want to do the brow of their helm gold. The trim along their faces. Bonk. Part of the wings. Little gold tips on the wings. Little plate things on the side. Actually, I think I'm going to leave those silver. Let's do the front edges of those. Alright, that's good. Same thing for this guy. Sword hilt. Clasp. Be a little more careful with on this one. And parts of the helm. It's killing me. Wait, is my chair up high? Oh, that feels a little better. Hi, honey. Hirogi. Thank you, hon. We had a nice date today. Dr. Waif and I. We went out, got bubble teas. Right. Let that dry a little bit. Pierogi. Nice. Suddenly it's a mukbang stream. Mukbangs are so gross to me. I don't know why I'd want to sit and watch someone eat and listen to them eat. Oh. Okay, now that I've got these two guys, let's see if I can make like a blue tone for them. So let's get, where's my spatula? Here it is. It's stuck. So this blue, splop it in there. And garbage brush to get some of the dawnstone. See if I can mush them together and create a lighter zombie tone. It's mushing, but it's like there's chunks and lumps in it, so I want to make sure it mushes evenly. I think it's good. I gotta get like water into it. Help mix it, keep it pliable and like not terrible. I think that works. I think that'll work. Squeeze as much of it as I can out of the brush because I don't want to have to remix stuff. You see, never get it right. Never get the same. All right. Let me grab my other small brush, but not my smallest brush. This is like third smallest. And let's do some highlights on their gross zombie faces. This almost came on too much on that brush. Okay. Creepy ass zombie face. There's almost like not enough exposed face to really get. Alright, let's get his hands. If I can get like just the fingers through any of this, I think it'll be okay. Man, what the fuck? This brush I think might actually be a little too hooked. I don't know if I can actually hit anything the exact spot where I want to. But it's okay. It's always just okay. Everything's okay. Just hand at least. Yeah, let me see if I can find. Let me use my small brush actually. There's like little spots I want to get it into, but can't quite reach it that well. Like part of his cheek right here, I want to get it in the helm. Finger. Whatever fingers are here holding a sword, I can't really see. There's so much of like the plant bits. Individual fingers here. Yeah, I guess that's all right. I probably would have wanted to make them a little paler, but this is okay. All right. Is his thumb? Okay, I can see it on this one better. Other corpsey hand. Looks like it's not going on enough. I guess they're okay. Here's where we really got to fix stuff. Right around their eyes. Swoop, swoop. Turn out a nice, gross, haunty face. And look at this chin without making him look weird. Go on cheeks. The nose. Might have to make another lighter of this paint too. I managed to get it right in his nose hole, so there goes that definition. At least he's corpsey looking. Alright, let's mix in a little more. Let's mix in a little bit of white. That came straight out of the tube. want this kind of light because I am going to like coat it and stuff. Oh shit, I think I wore through the paper. A little bit, yeah, it's soaking through. Whatever. It'll be fine. Alright, small brush. Smaller brush. Let's go down the line again. These are much creepier looking. Oh, these are much more gaunt, spooky looking faces. Nice. They are much paler and creepier now. Nice, nice, nice. So this is kind of a layered mix of that dry brush from earlier, plus a little gray, plus a little white. Do 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 do. Gross gaunt faces. I have another Peter. I'll go quick. It's amazing how you can do it with just cheese, potato, and onion. These aren't even really tutorials anyways. These are more like watch along or paint along or just tune in. It really is working out for me as like a really good way to keep myself painting, doing stuff, because I otherwise would absolutely forget to keep going with my hobbies. Oh, what a horrible visage this is. This is awful. Perfect. Just what I wanted. ugly ghosty bastard. Perfect. Perfect. Ghosts. All right. I think that almost wraps up the Numenorians and the elves. I was looking at the CBD bits and grunged them up. But let's do the orcs first. That way I can grunge them all up and then CBD them up. These things are delicious. All right, let's go do it. They're half skeleton. They're covered in grungy rags. Does appear to have metal greaves on his foot, which looks like I might have missed his foot. He's got a shield. Got a few different browns on him. Alright, so I put the gold away. Let's see. Seeing the different colors on them. Let's do some Night Quest Gore flesh. Some Catachan flesh. These are both fairly brown browns. Some Baneblade brown. I don't think I've used this color yet. And on the shield, I'll use the Mornbane. Let's get the clothing-y bits done. Yeah, that was a brand new bottle. Yeah, 3 hours. Alright, this is the Baneblade brown. The Beyblade brown. Do his pants, tunic thing. Right. Now garbage brush. I don't know what garbage brush is made out of, but it is fantastic. It doesn't bend and curl like all these other materials have. It's easily my most used brush by a lot. Oops. Some leather straps on this guy, so that's what I'll do in the catachan. Ah, a bug right outside the window. Can you all hear that? I'm not seeing it getting picked up on the mic, but who knows? That thing's buzzing away. Let me grab a garbage brush. A different garbage brush. Wide garbage brush. Just use this brush to get it all in every different cranny I can. I'll touch it up with a smaller one. It's also why I didn't glue him into his base yet. His orc balls are showing. I really hope you can't hear that bug. Alright, Mr. Orc. Mr. Gross Grungy Orc. That also looks like there's a few more parts of him I missed that could be bone exposed. Underneath. I gotta get underneath again. Normally I wouldn't want to do book all the orcs the same way, but they're only two, so like, hey, whatever. Not a big deal if they come out the same. He's falling out of the space as I'm trying to move him around. Whew. Gotta get a little bit more, but I'm not. I'm just gonna draw straight from the pot. balls. The more tired I get, I'm gonna get like quieter. Plus, I'm still like, single digit followers, so I don't have too much engagement. So I tend to be a little quiet, and I perk up when I see someone's around. But I'm getting there. Slowly. Alright, they're gonna pop my neck again. More pirogue. I still have to touch up with the other brush. Swoop. Oh god. Oh shit. Oh frick. Okay. Okay. This has been kind of a disaster stream today. Okay. Let me just fold this over. It's already soaking through that side. So, so I'll have to do, I got paint over here. Paint on my brush. Paint on everything. All right, cool. Put that up a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. I don't need like that brush much anymore soon. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. All right. Hold him by the sword. Real quick, before I grunge him up, work on the other parts. I do want to highlight his ribs so they're like a separate lighter color when I do this. Or his bones. Prick. Say fuzz. Oh no, it's a shitty bristle. Oh shit, okay. Good trim. Oops. Oopsie. That made it like almost the same color as. Well, they were already pretty close. Right. Well, that darkens up. Let's do. Let's do the shield. I want to do that Morn thing. Let's not more kiddo while it's still warm. That was just me throwing a scalpel. Alright, one thing. Where did I put it? Where did I There it is. Flush. Fresh one. Do 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 do. Back side of the shield. I can't tell if his foot's all skeletal too. Some leather straps. That's another one I think I'm gonna have to hit with the wash first. No, maybe not. No, I think it's leather. I think his foot's coated in a boot. That's right. I did his knee on the other side. Fleshy. Right. Belts and boots. I still my boba tea. All right. Pierog. Fucking delicious. Ah, all right. Let's do metal. All right. So he's got It's got metal greaves, apparently. Probably stolen from a dead Numenorian. I like that they have one of the orc captain models is wearing Minas Tirith armor. Ah, we know where he got that. This jagged, rusty orc weapon. You know what? That does look like a kneecap, actually. Oh well. It's armor now. Metal helmet for him. No hiccups. No hiccups. Always got me some hiccups. I just didn't really need these little browns I picked out. I didn't know how many I was going to use on them. do. I've been at this chair for 3.5 hours. Well, I guess prep time too, like 4 hours. Yeah, it was definitely supposed to be a bony foot, but oh well. I think that's weed. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, it's just one there. Orc guts. Probably kind of wondered if I should do them bloody, but I was like, no. I've been sitting in that swamp for a couple millennia. Probably not going to be that much blood left in these corpses. Leather shoes. Folks can't spend all day grinding their feet into dust. Entirely possible that was supposed to be a bare bone foot too, but oh well. A lot of their feet are gonna be, most of their feet are gonna be covered up by water and reeds when I'm done. Well, he does have some little orc hair, a little orc braid, little orc Padawan braid. Apparently, there's no paint left in that pile. Oops. Messy, messy, messy. Flush. Oh, stretch. Stretch and kiddo. Alright, hold on, that was delicious. Alright, let's see what else he needs. Oh, it was the hair. That's what it was. No, I wasn't quite done with him yet. Got his belt underneath here. Leather strap on the shield, I forgot that. Bone feet, all these bone feet. Slow going. This is what I get for having to deciding to do 6 guys in one night. Phrasing. I think that's everything. I'll put a little blob in his mouth, just to darken it up. It's not dark enough, I don't think. The other guys are blue. It's gonna be dark, but oh, his was already black. Oops. Let's let that dry up a little bit while we do some dead gray eyes. 2 more, 4 more. 4 more dead gray eyes. These ones are easy. No helmet, just big wide sockets with big round eyes. Perfect. Oof. Right. It's not really any of these the brown side anymore. What was the other color? Wraithbone for the bones. Wraithbone for the bones, Creed khaki for the skin. Alright. Let me try to perk up a little bit more. Perfect. Rearrange my drinks. This looks a little runny, so maybe pretty light with it. Small brush. Oh no, hold on. Let me glue these guys. I think they're finally got enough. Oh, I'm missing a base. Where the heck did it go? I have a magnet and everything. I didn't drop it on the floor, did I? Oh, it's still in the thing. Alright, let that glue dry just a second. Alright, let me take a look at these guys. Sometimes you gotta like stop and reassess and come back to it. Yeah, I think they're alright. Alright. This guy's forehead could use just a little touch. Ghosty face, ghost face. Okay, they're all good. Alright, while those guys glue, I'm gonna go take another very quick break, and I will be right back. Back. Paid Dr. White for visit. She's downstairs with her parents. Let's add some of that paint up. Oh well. That'll be fine. It'll be fine. This was way too much. Small brush. Where did I put small brush? Oh shit. It melted and glued to the container. Oops. Alright, we're good. Small brush, small brush. That is a small brush. There it is. It's always under the edge of the tray. I don't know why it never surprises me. Alright, let's paint some bones. This is what you're scared of, Cindy? It's just a bunch of bones. You'd be scared of Callista Flockhart. Come on. Alright, I might have to switch to the larger brush just because this isn't like absorbing a lot of the paint onto it. Keep one more brush. Collarbone. Some other rib. Some other bits and pieces of fork. Bonk, 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 drop. Alright, let me put it in the thing. Bones. Bones connected to the boner. I'm a mature adult. I think I already told to throw a skeleton hand at my coworker story. Oh, that would be fun. I could tell work stories. To hear all the fun shit, like I'm sorry, I blanked because I was trying not to drop. You'd hear all the fun shit, like when we found a pound of white phosphorus. A safe full of cocaine. Fun times at work. Fun times. Alright, there's some bones. I tell my morphine story. So one time I was cleaning out a med school and they had to clear out so much shit. Like literally the entire building. As we're cleaning out, we're going through these labs and it's a med school, so they've got medications and shit. At one point we find, hi honey.
Looks fine.
Ooh. At one point we open up this little cupboard. And we're going through it. Most of it's pretty innocuous. Most stuff is. It's like, sodium bicarbonate. Okay, it's baking soda. Who cares? We don't. And we pulled out this jar and just said phosphorus. I was like, okay, phosphorus isn't too bad. But I noticed it was all white. It's like, oh, great. Homeland Security is going to want to know about this one. Sweet. So, someone in that lab just had a pound of white phosphorus sitting in the cupboard. And this med school was like that the entire time. Every day was like, what's today's disaster? What's today's big call? What'd you find in this drawer? Paperwork. Okay, who cares? What'd you find in this filing cabinet? Someone left a hydrochloric acid bottle in here and it ate everything away, and I'm holding it up right now, and I just need someone to help me not drop this all over the floor. I've been here for half an hour calling for help. Nobody's heard me. Dr. Wife is here. Minecraft. Minecraft time.
No. Like peanut chocolate?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, these freaking ribs. Alright, that's good. Skeleton bones. Alright. Paint his face. I'm not gonna need much. I'm gonna use a smaller brush to scoop some. I have a lot of crap in this brush. I'm gonna need like a good acetone scrub. Bamboo. Alright. Let's highlight this work. Corpse. Me. This guy isn't looking as pallid as I hoped he would. Oh, it's probably because I usually like shade and then highlight. Maybe I should do that. I'll keep going. If I have to re-highlight afterwards, that'll be fine. Corpsey dude. The contrast isn't all that great. It's not as high as I would have liked. So maybe I will shade him a bit. Yeah, it looks marginally better. You got cheeks. Alright, let's dirty these guys up. Since these guys are the freshest, I'll do them last. Let's start with the elf. So I want to add some ionic oxide onto his golden armor to make it kind of. Well, I assume their armor is actually probably supposed to be brass. Gold armor would be terrible. So. Oh yeah, that wasn't much difference. So put a little bit of this on there as if it was brass. The edges. So it gets into the cracked edges, any of the spots where it would have moved around and worn away less. We don't need much. Only two guys. Maybe I should have shaded him first. Maybe not. Who knows? Who knows? I'm winging it. We'll see how this turns out. Typhus corrosion is the other one. All right, corpses. We got a sword, armor. Oh, I definitely got to apply it to the chainmail. You know what? I should do the watches first. There's wash brush. There's wash brush. Yeah, it's just not. It doesn't quite look right. Ooh, wash brush got stiff. So got Drakenhorf. Let's do that on the elves' blue robes. Really get into all the cracks of the little crannies of the seaweed. How are the chickens, hun? Edible? I see, give me the silent treatment, huh? So you got headphones on. You could hear me the whole time.
What did you say? No, I'm watching a Netflix thing.
Oh, I was asking how the chickens were doing.
Oh, they are alive and well.
For now.
The Dr. Hun gets his hands on me. What's happening?
Oh yeah, I was feeding them the other day.
Okay.
Blue. I'm gonna put. Should I put some on their face? Some on their mouth. I'll put some in a couple spots. Put it in there. Okay. Okay, this actually is looking okay. I'll just have to like highlight the flesh again. Ooh. Ooh. That really darkened his eye sockets and like left just the eyeballs showing. Turned out great. That looks so much creepier. Built-in, I'm gonna use for more of the seaweedy stuff. Like explicitly. I'm gonna use this for other stuff too. What is this? This is the Athonian camo shade. Use that to darken up the orc. Orc, 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 orc.
Chicken.
I also wanted to use a little of the camo shade on the armor, the elven armor. There we go. Cat hair. Boop. Oh, cats. Getting into everything. Alright, that is darkening up the armor. I still kind of wish I had done this before the oxide. but I think it's okay. Ooh, that was too much. That was too much. Wick some of that off. Oops. Too much. Yeah. I don't think I need the brown. I think I'm just gonna put black on everything. Just Nuln Oil for the whole thing. Startled myself.
Oh my gosh. Look at the cows.
That is too many cows, hun. I'll have to find my Oh, I have a multi-shot crossbow in there, and if I can take some of my high explosive fireworks, I could take care of our cow problem pretty quick, hun.
Problem.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that they're still alive. I'm gonna douse this guy in Nuln Oil. Grungy.
So waiting for my dough to get
What you making?
the poppy seed.
Oh yeah, yeah, okay. My brain completely blanked. You've only mentioned it like 10 times today. Sorry, I'm garbage husband. Sorry, I'm garbage husband.
Last I checked, it was in Rising. So well, sure.
Right, soak the cloak. This guy. Okay, I gotta be a little more careful with these guys. Sash. I've already gotten like half their body. Chainmail. On your phone. On your phone.
Well, you know what?
You're gonna be safe. You're never safe in Minecraft.
I'm never safe. Okay.
Excuse me. I did a burp. Grunge, 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 grunge. I got his face accidentally. Oops, my bad. Okay, he's fine. His face is still creepy. That's what matters the most. His face is creepy, not goofy. Ooh, I should put a gloss over these guys. I mean, it'll help as like a sealant, but also make them look soggy. Soggy boys. Guess I should use normal oil gloss if I'd been thinking of it, but I was not. Try not to get my paintbrush into my microphone. Oh! What happened? Did you lose me there for a second? Hold on, I smell something burning. Yo, what the hell? What was that? The fuck? Okay, it might just be someone having a barbecue outside. Give me 1 second. Okay, it's coming from outside. Okay, that was weird. So I've got like an iPad up monitoring Twitch to make sure everything stays good, and that just blanked out and then I could smell something on fire. So I'm pretty sure it's just neighbors out having a late night barbecue, which they do a lot. But the smell's also kind of getting stronger. Hope my house isn't on fire. Well, anyways, I got some orcs to paint. Alright, anyways, back with the null oil. Get the sky really darkened up. Hope that's outside. Our windows are open, so it should just be. Feels kind of smoky. Don't like that at all. Sloppy here just to get this finished so I can flee my burning house. Come tune in live Friday night, Saturday night. Watch my house burn down. Phil Sterling live reaction to his house burning down. Members only stream. House burning down ASMR. I really hope that's just neighbors barbecuing. It smells too, like, smoky. Alright. Alright. Typhus corrosion. Let's rust these guys up. Actually, I'm going to do the oxide first. Put a little bit on their crowns and a little more on the elf. It's on their sword. Bit on the... Not crowns, they're helms. They're not kings. They're just regular-ass dudes. Alright, on the clasp. Helmet. Sword. Done. Elf. Okay, it's not spreading like it had been earlier. So I'm just going to kind of brush it around a little bit, but I think he's good. Well, on the sword. More on the sword. Grunge. Grunge, grungy. Alright. That was the Nihilak Oxide. And now let's add some Typhus Corrosion again. I want to really make these guys look like crap. Alright. Spread it a little unevenly on the sword. There's not much. Get some of this armor. It looks like he's still drying, but that's okay. It's all gonna mix and blend and cruddy him up. Alright, a bit more here and there. You can really just dot it and blot it on wherever you want. Haphazardly. I did that with barrel weights too, and it looks pretty good. Really makes the chainmail a little rusty. Well-made elven sword is now garbage. Good. Orc. His blade's gonna be extra rusty because he's filthy orcs. Smear up some on his helm. His shield. Grunge the shield up. Here, hit shield 2. Alright. Alright, so that ought to cover grunging them up for the most part. But after that dries a bit, let's get some of the plants done. Holy shit, I got a big stack of paint over here. That burning smells almost waxy. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Alright. I want to get the seaweed stuff painted. So let's do Vulcan and Oran Forest. Give me 1 second. I gotta investigate this smell a little better. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. It is coming from outside, at least. But I don't like it. It's too plasticky. You know what I mean? that smell, but oh well. I'm sure it's fine. All right. Planty bits. Hello. How are you doing tonight? I am doing all right this evening. Unless my house does turn out to be on fire. Long days happen. This stream wound up way longer than planned. Originally I was hoping like, okay, one or two guys usually takes like 1 hour. I'll just triple it. It'll be fine. No, I'm on like hour. I'm almost on 4 hour. Well, thanks. So I've been trying to do these streams at least weekly too for painting, and it's been doing great for keeping me on track, keeping me. I sound like a pirate. Keeping me models. So these guys are Dead Marsh Specters from the Middle Earth strategy battle game. These are the in the scene in Two Towers when Gollum is leading Sam and Frodo through the Dead Marshes, and they have all those creepy glowing lights, and Frodo falls in, and those like swamp ghosts almost get him. These are those guys. They're a pain in the ass to fight, which is why I'm adding them to my army. These guys have a fun rule where every turn, as long as they can see somebody, I can make my enemy model take a courage test, and if they fail it, I can move them, even if they've already moved. Which means pulling people out of line, losing defensive formations, putting them into line of fire. A lot of fun with these guys so far. It was pretty short in the movie, but I don't remember it being that long in the books. I'm also like in the middle of rereading The Lord of the Rings, because I first tried to read it when I was like 10. And I got to like the Council of Elrond and was like, oh, this is boring. And I could get like halfway through the chapter and then I'd forget where I was. I'd have to restart. Then at a later point, like I just read the books out of order. So I don't really remember bits and pieces in the right spots. Okay, I think that's all the weeds on him. I'm excited to do these bases later. I finally got these molds in to do. I have Shadow of Mordor, but I don't have the second one. I didn't get far in the first one because the same orc kept killing me, and then he got too strong. I was like, that's it. I gotta take a break. I gotta recoup. Gotta take a break because I'm getting too mad. I've got so many Uruk-hai models. I've got over 200 Uruk-hai that I've painted, which is a lot of Uruk-hai. Was it the first one or second one where they made Sheila the porn star? Second one, okay. Yeah, that's the one I don't have. I just remember seeing a clip somebody made that was supposed to be like as if it was a note, like one of the production notes, or just like story notes that Tolkien left in a lot of his letters. It was like, oh, also, if Sheila was ever in a video game, make her be portrayed like some big titty porn star. It was written out much better than I can remember it, but all right, that's all his finds. Yep. What's your question? I've only kit bashed a couple things before. There's much fine here. Death Mask. I'm not that familiar with 40k. One of my friends collects it, but are they the same scale? So I know the Middle Earth is smaller. I assume 40k and Sigmar would be the same size. Okay, here's reads. Okay, I know the Stormcast. Where's a little box? I might not have the box down here. It's got a Space Marine on one side and a Stormcaster on the other side. Stormcast. Um, I know Lord of the Rings is 28 mil. I don't know the actual measurement for 40k. But all right, so they should be the same size. But what's your question about kit bashing? Like, I think the Stormcast heads will fit on a Space Marine. Those higher shoulders, maybe. Okay, 32 mil. $32 versus 28 doesn't sound like a big difference, but at that scale, it's a pretty noticeable difference. I have a Space Marine up here somewhere. Where the heck is he? I don't know where he went. I think it would work pretty cool. I mean, I assume they earned the name Blood Angel. All good, all good. I've got some berserkers I've gone and bloodied up, but ooh, I think I've seen a lot of stuff inspired by that. The Leper King. That looked pretty sick. Because I know they've got those their helmets are just kind of like big bronze empty eye hole faces. The burning smell is back, but this time I think it smells more like lighter fluid on charcoal, so I'm less worried about it. Okay, that's definitely lighter fluid now. That's like a big relief. Glad it's the neighbors grilling and not my house on fire. But also, who's grilling at this time of night? It's 10:22 p.m. here. I mean, all right, to be fair, my friend and I used to grill at like midnight, so. What if you do the main part of it bronze, kind of a goldish bronze, and the external parts poking out, accent them with copper. Do a combo of it, because we're like with these Numenorians, these guys aren't good examples because they're dead and grungy, but they've got like the silver helmets with the gold accent. Do a bronze helmet with copper accent would look pretty cool, I think. Some of the leaves up and under here. Good question. In that case, I think copper and orange might be too orange. So I'd probably go with the bronze. But not quite like a pure golden bronze. Yeah, I'd probably do a yeah, not quite a golden bronze, but more of a bronze with a slight orange hint to it. But it's still kind of more of a yellow. Let me check. Well, I'm thinking of brass. That's what I'm thinking of. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking of brass. Because, like, this brass is... Well, that's not mixed, so it's kind of... It looks like bloody rust, so... That's decent bronze, coppery color. It's the brass scorpion. It's less orange. It's kind of a duller orange. So brighter orange might contrast with it better. If it's a brighter, if they're secondary orange, it's bright orange. If it's a darker orange, I'd probably go with more of a yellow bronze. Or a golden bronze. Or more of a brass. I've used the oxides and stuff to weather everything on the this dead elf here, because their armor I think is supposed to be kind of like a brass armor. Gold would be terrible armor. Too heavy, too soft. So I think theirs is kind of brass-like. So the Nihilak oxide with the bluish green looks, for a bit of weathering that way, also makes a nice contrast. Alright, that's a base coat on the leaves. Whew. Oof, alright. Okay, that look like Castellan green? I'll get some rest at some point, but thanks for popping in. Have a good night. Thanks for the follow. Glad I could help. Hey, I've only been sitting here for 5 hours. I'll be good. 5 hours isn't that long of a stream. It kind of is that long of a stream. Alright. Thanks for joining. Hope you have a good night. I'm almost done. I gotta finish the seaweedy bits. And then I'm just gonna hit these guys with a little more blue-green wash. Almost done with these guys. Highlighting the plants is actually going pretty quick. Hi, honey. Ooh, thank you. Ooh. One of the neighbors was out grilling.
Yeah, I smelled it. I thought the house was up.
You too?
Yeah, because they were like an electronic fire. Because that's what it smelled like combined with the
lighter
smells.
fluid. Yeah, so it was like right as the iPad and stream like blipped out for a second,
Oh yeah.
and then suddenly I smell this like almost plasticky burning smell. I was like, oh shit, what?
Is that later fluid that smell?
Yeah, once I could actually like identify it as lighter fluid, it was like, okay, yeah, that's because when it's still kind of faint, it's still burning waxy, which some plastics can smell like.
I know. Whenever I smell them, I'm like, okay, something wrong. I'm so sorry. Okay. I'm doing another kiss. Hey, how many hundred kisses are the appropriate?
300. Pancakes, you best give more kisses. Oh, Pancakes, you better receive more kisses. He's a good boy. Just kidding, he's awful. He's a terrible boy. I love him. We love Pancakes, but he's a humper. None of the other cats like him because of it.
Oh, did you get the picture of him from earlier?
I did. That was very cute.
Mom came in and we played Penny's playlist for him.
What a little dork.
You know Penny's playlist, right?
Twinkle Twinkle Little Star by Jewel on repeat. Our cat really likes that song. We play it for him, he like hops in a bed and curls up and sleeps. It's like, okay, you have a favorite song. That's interesting. We're still mad at you for being a humpy bastard who ruined dinner for everybody and started fights, but we still love you.
So I think Waffles is Team Penny before he's Team Muffin. I've been noticing a lot of animosity towards Muffin when Waffles is in. Hey, you little sneaker.
So that ought to cover getting these guys, getting their plants.
Well, how close to done?
I'm actually pretty close.
Are you ready? Yeah, tomorrow's Easter egg hunt. Don't forget tomorrow Easter egg.
Easter egg hunt tomorrow?
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
Oh, it's more like treat hunt for the brothers.
Treat hunt for the boys. Holy shit.
Still a fox trapped in here. Little water thing.
Yep, I'm still going. Yep, I am still going. Still going, still going. Still trudging along with these corpses. Make this guy a little creeper. I gotta get a little onto his. Yeah, that makes it look more like a sunken eye socket. Pancakes, buddy, what you up to? Being a small bastard man? We love our small bastard children. We're such small bastards. Sunken skull faces. Alright, let's get just a tiny bit of white. Frick. Mix it in with this green here. Oops. Oops. Oops, she says. Oops. Well, mix my greens up a little bit with a little bit because it was too light. Just a little bit too light. That's just a little bit too dark again. Some brown paint in the cap of this, apparently. I don't know how the hell I did that. Flush. Alright, orc face.
So on my way back, on the train,
Mm-hmm.
as I was going away from the Fox Village,
Mm-hmm.
I saw this really deep cave,
Oh yeah, that one.
and oh my goodness, this is the Fox Village areas where I found a lot of copper the first time.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much copper. Some copper.
Yeah, we definitely need it after I used up so much experience unkilling myself.
Copper's just so much fun. There's just so much of that.
All right. Okay. Let me see the Bealtan. What's that look? I forget how I use it on my Army of the Dead. Okay. I kind of remember it being a little bluer, so I wasn't sure. But let me just start smearing this on this guy to make him look soggy and algae-ish. Smear it on unevenly too. Grimy and gross. Perfect. Got plenty of good inspiration for grimy algae covered crap here with my fish tank. Treatments only worked for so long. It all came back. Oh, hey, buddy. Hey, baby buddy. Crying? Crying because you're a big baby who cries a lot, you baby? Yes.
This is just like opening.
That's it. It doesn't go anywhere. That happens sometimes.
So bizarre.
It's probably like really close to connecting to something else.
Uh-huh. Oh, bummer.
Bummer or relief?
Well, I was hoping for ooh, clay. What the heck? Isn't clay usually in the water?
It is. Could there be water on the other side?
Um, I was looking for a lot of copper.
Gotcha.
Copper printing.
Grimy ghosts. Oh dear. Opium rolls, opium rolls. That does a good job of griming them up. They look real grungy. But let's get some tiny white dots for eyes. Just to give them that creepy glowy eyeball look. Eesh. Eesh. No Minorian's eyes aren't well defined. These guys, however, look fucking great. Especially with the shade in there. Just like Goldberry, I am not doing their bases today. But I did get molds in, so I can do it now. I just have to like make them figure out how I'm gonna make them, because I want to make them like standing at like maybe a 1/4 inch of material, with like reeds and shit sticking up. But I have to figure out what to put on the base to go under the water to make it look swampy. So maybe some moss or lichen or something, and then coating it. But let's check out the models. So, let's see, I'm gonna hold this still. The Numenorian. Why did this work before? It's not working today. Blocking my face cam. Alright. Numenorian. You can see the algae and stuff on him. Corroded golden helmet. Still a lot of focus. Kind of catches his eyes. His white eyes a little bit. See one of them. Turn him this way. You can see him in the light better. Not much better, but you can see him better slightly. Dark cloak. He's kind of a boring model, not a lot of color. The orc. See, he's got his this camera isn't really capturing the colors that well. Got his exposed skeletal ribs and arm. This little orc. Why is the color so bad? Anyways. All grimy and slimy. Oh, I was going to coat these, but I'll do it after. But the one I am liking the most is the elf. The elf corpse. It's just creepier looking. So here's something that should be like ethereal and elegant, and now it's just a monster. But cool. Alright, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, so I'm gonna call tonight. I'm gonna put a little gloss on these guys. I'll get my stuff cleaned up. But a lot of people joined in tonight. That was pretty cool. I try to do this every Friday night if I can, unless something happens, in which case I did it Saturday like today. But 6 was a little too many. 1 doesn't seem long enough. 6 is too many. Maybe there's some nice in between. Shoot, I think even when I did like 2 Urks and 3 Wargs, it was still only like an hour and a half. I don't remember. But let me start wrapping things up. Yeah. Still have some more Paper Mario. Go. I only just started Paper Mario, so there's still plenty of Paper Mario to go. Maybe the next gym I do, maybe I'll do their bases along with Goldberry. I'll get everything figured out as to what I want to do with it. Goldberry, I'm probably gonna do some rocks and some reeds or cattails. These guys, I want to do something more squishy, mushy looking. And of course, I can only do like one at a time. Like I say, I only have 1 mold for their base size, but maybe I'll do their bases separately, and I think maybe I'll do a future stream where I just do bases in different styles. Because I've got like my Urukai have either muddy bases or fall leaves, kind of like Amonhen. Sauron's got like the black marble base. The Gondorian soldiers have their white bricks. Maybe I'll just do like a handful. I'll do like some sand ones and frost ones. But this is a good night. Good streams. All right, I'm gonna call tonight. But thanks for joining me, and I'll see you later. Have a good night.